Mulungu ni muso, Mulungu nirichani dengereke,
nirichani dengereke, nirichani dengereke, nirichani dengereke,
nirichani zunguluke we,
nirichani zunguluke, nirichani zunguluke, nirichani zunguluke.
Oh moya salala,
moya salala, moya salala, moya salala,
moya we salala,
moya salala, moya salala, moya salala.
Nireke ni rame rame,
nireke ni rame rame, nireke ni rame rame, nireke ni rame rame,
nireke ni furahike we,
nireke ni furahike, nireke ni furahike,
nireke ni furahike we,
nireke ni furahike, nireke ni furahike, nireke ni furahike.
Oh mwadhani arogosho,
mwadhani arogosho, mwadhani arogosho, mwadhani arogosho,
oh mwadhani arogosho,
mwadhani arogosho, mwadhani arogosho, mwadhani arogosho.
oh ekai sunge sunge asi,
ekai sunge sunge, ekai sunge sunge, ekai sunge sunge,
ekai sunge sunge asi,
ekai sunge sunge, ekai sunge sunge, ekai sunge sunge.
oh ewe ya miela miela,
ewe ya miela miela, ewe ya miela miela,
ewe ya miela miela,
ewe ya miela miela, ewe ya miela miela, ewe ya miela miela.
oh kararan Jehovah,
Kararan Jehovah, kararan Jehovah, kararan Jehovah,
kararan Jehovah,
kararan Jehovah, kararan Jehovah.
Reka sieve sieve,
Reka sieve sieve, reka sieve sieve, reka sieve sieve,
reka sieve sieve,
sieve sieve, sieve sieve, reka sieve sieve.
oh tigan chentenge,
Tigan chentenge, tigan chentenge, tigan chentenge.
tigan chentenge,
Tigan chentenge, tigan chentenge, tigan chentenge.
oh shangilia Yesu anaweza,
Yesu anaweza, Yesu anaweza, Yesu anaweza.
shangilia Yesu anaweza,
Yesu anaweza, Yesu anaweza, Yesu anaweza.
shangilia Yesu atupenda,
Yesu anapenda, Yesu anapenda, Yesu anapenda.
shangilia Yesu atupenda kweli,
Yesu anapenda, Yesu anapenda, Yesu anapenda.
shangilia Yesu jemedari,
Yesu jemedari, Yesu jemedari, Yesu jemedari.
shangilia Yesu jemedari kweli,
Yesu jemedari, Yesu jemedari, Yesu jemedari.
shangilia Yesu dakitari,
Yesu dakitari, Yesu dakitari, Yesu dakitari.
shangilia Yesu dakitari kweli.
Yesu dakitari, Yesu dakitari.
Haya, cheza cheza kama mtu ana furaha sasa. Twende. Wapi shangwe na vigelegele kwa Kenya? Hii Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. Chezea Mungu, chezea Mungu, chezea Mungu. Twende. 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 Wapi shangwe ya Kenya? Shangwe ya Kenya. Ha. Twende. 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 Cheza kabisa, cheza kabisa, cheza, 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 cheza. Twende. Wanakwaya wapi vigelegele? Twende. 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 cheza. Twende. Shangwe ya Kenya, shangwe ya Kenya, shangwe ya Kenya. Cheza. Twende. Wapi vigelegele, wapi vigelegele. Twende. Toneka. Wapi vigelegele. Twende. Katika. Shangilia, Yesu anaweza. Shangilia, Yesu anaweza. Shangilia, Yesu atupenda kweli. Yesu atupenda. Yesu atupenda. Yesu atupenda. Shangilia, Yesu anaweza. Yesu anaweza. Yesu anaweza. Yesu anaweza. Shangilia, Yesu anaweza kweli. Yesu anaweza. Yesu anaweza. Yesu anaweza. Cheza. Wapi shangwe kwa Kenya? Wapi shangwe? Shangilia, Yesu anaweza. Yesu anaweza. Yesu anaweza. Yesu anaweza. Shangilia, Yesu anaweza kweli. Yesu anaweza. Yesu anaweza. Yesu anaweza. Wapi shangwe na vigelegele kwa Kenya? Thank you.
Kenya, tujiunge pamoja, tujenge Kenya yetu. Harambe, harambe, tujenge taifa. Harambe, harambe, tujenge nchi yetu. Harambe, harambe. Kenya yetu nchi nzuri, nchi yako, nchi yangu twaipenda daima. Kenya yetu nchi nzuri, nchi yako, nchi yangu twaipenda daima.
All right, welcome to the Bomas of Kenya. This is the National Tallying Center in Nairobi. This is where the whole action will be taking place. As you can see on your live pictures that are coming to you live from the Bomas of Kenya, I believe the Deputy President William Samoei Ruto, one of the four candidates who are vying for this year presidential election. The other will be Raila Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition. Of course, we have George Luchiri Wajakoya of the Roots Party. And of course, we had Wahiga Mwaure, who decided to give up before the final tally. Wahiga Mwaure of the Agano Party. Right now, we are seeing the vehicles, believing to be those of the Deputy President, William Samoei Ruto, who is arriving here at the Bomas of Kenya in readiness of the final word from the IEBC. Remember, earlier today, the IEBC chairperson, Wafula Chebukati, said that he will be announcing the winner of this year's election. That is, Wafula Chebukati said he will be announcing the final, who will be the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya here at the Bomas of Kenya. It's quite these are an entourage of the Deputy President William Samoei Ruto, absolutely, that are entering here. Very many vehicles here. Security here has been beefed up since early this morning. It's different from what we experienced yesterday inside and outside of this place. Absolutely, that must be the DP, because I've seen the Hustler vehicle, the famous Hustler vehicle. They are inside here at the Bomas of Kenya, waiting to be ushered in, of course, at the Tallying Center. What was the former Tallying Center right now? This is where Wafula Chebukati will be handing over this certificate to the winner of this year's election, the 2022 general elections that were conducted last week on Tuesday. And for the last 6 days, it's been a race to make sure that we have the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya. We are yet to know the whereabouts of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition flag bearer, that is Raila Odinga. We are yet to know if he is coming here. They were all invited. Earlier on, we saw Luchiri Wajakoya, Professor, the party leader of Roots Party. He was inside here. He is still inside here, one of the four candidates. Of course, this is Deputy President William Ruto, his entourage. I have seen enough of members of Parliament, those who've been elected this time, those who retained their seats, and of course some of them lost their seats in the just concluded general election, the 2022 general election. And as you can see inside, everything is quiet. The choirs have stopped singing. Our national flags are at the dais where the leaders are supposed to be. They'll be seated at the dais where they will, the winner of this year's general election will be handed the certificate. The certificate will emanate from Form 34D. Remember, as we've been telling you, the last couple of days, we've been here, myself, Frederick, with Leila Mohammed, and we've been trying to keep tabs with what has been happening here at the Tallying Center. And of course, earlier today, the Form 34A and Bs, that exercise came to a conclusion, which ushered in Wafula Chebukati to write and give the party agents, the chief agents of different parties, the Form 34C that contains the 290 constituencies, and of course the one vote from the diaspora. There were 12 countries that were voting in this year's general election. Some of them will be Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, of course UK, USA, Qatari, some of the countries that were voting in this year's general elections. There were so many votes. Less than 20,000 votes came in. Form 34A has been uploaded, and like Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of IBC, has been saying over and over again that that is the final tally. It's a supreme document that bears who wins this year's general election. It was uploaded, of course, on IBC website. Remember, the reason why it was uploaded is because the Supreme Court in 2017 asked the IEBC to make sure the election is free, fair, verifiable, open, and they had to go through a tedious process that took 6 days where they started tallying and verifying the results from the more than 46,000 polling stations here in Kenya across the country. And so that is what we've been waiting for. The exercise has been tedious. Some of the IBC's returning officers have spent more than 4 days just waiting to be processed. The process was starting from one table to the other. The first process was just authenticating the Form 34A with the chief agents, IBC officials, and of course the returning officers, an exercise that was taking between 3 and 4 hours to just process one returning officer. And after that process is completed, the returning officer, the 290 returning officers going to the national returning officer, that it is Wafula Chebukati. And what was happening there, again, he would verify that what has been verified by the ROs, the chief agents, is still the very same thing that was uploaded on their website, that is the Form 34As. And so it's been a long and tedious exercise here at the tallying center. Many of these agents have not slept. They've spent days, hours. Yesterday I saw some of the agents who we were with during the day, and late in the night at around 4 a.m. they were still here. Some of them never left here because the exercise had to be free and fair and open and verifiable, something that was concluded by the Supreme Court in 2017, a petition that was taken to court by the NASA team. Eventually it would overturn the win that was given the Jubilee government by the David Maraga, Chief Justice David Maraga and his team, the Supreme Court judges. And so Wafula Chebukati and his team had to take all the cautionary measures to make sure that the election in this year had to be free and verifiable. It was a tedious process that even some of the ROs were seen to be giving up, and after many hours of waiting, they were processed. And early this morning, of course, we were given the Form 34As, the Form 34Bs and Cs were processed, and what now we are waiting for is Form 34D that will create this certificate that will be handed over to the winner of this year's presidential election. Remember, we had 4 presidential aspirants who eventually became candidates. That is Raila Odinga of Azimio One Kenya Alliance. He was running with Martha Karua as his running mate. Of course, we heard William Samoei Ruto, belonging to the UDA party under the coalition of Kenya Kwanza, and his running mate, of course, is Mathera MP, former Mathera MP, because he's no longer the MP there. We have a new MP, the former Mathera MP, Rigathi Gachagua. Of course, we had George Luchiri of the Roots Party, and eventually we heard Wahiga Mwaure, who conceded defeat yesterday and said he was moving to support William Samoei Ruto, saying everything was showing that he would win. That is according to Wahiga Mwaure. We are waiting the last call from Wafula Chebukati, who will be announcing the winner any minute from now. Remember, we were told that this would start at exactly 3 p.m. It's already 3:10. I have our senior Kenneth Mureithi with me here today. And Mureithi, it's been a long journey. You've been out in the field. What have you experienced in this whole exercise the last 7 days since we started the voting and, of course, the tallying?
Well, Muitiri, I'll tell you, one of the things that I have noticed even in this game, one of them is 2 teams have been playing a lot of mind games on each other. And this has actually gone as far as early today. You will even see that in trying to give hope to some of their supporters, both teams are still insisting that they have taken this. And as we await the official communication from Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson, we can only wait to see whether the other candidate, because I do understand that both of them had been called here, and William Ruto and his entourage has come. We've also seen his deputy president nominee, and they have all come with their families, including Musalia Mudavadi, who has come with his sons. I was there where he has been put at the VIP pavilion, and on one side they had set aside for William Ruto, on the other side they had set aside for Raila Odinga. I have seen both teams here, their teams, but William Ruto is here. You've asked a question about the 7 days. I have seen where even at the KICC, the Azimio One team had set up, and they were also expecting that this will turn their way. On this other side, Deputy President William Ruto was very quiet, and it was until yesterday that we started seeing people from his team now talking, believing that it is home, and that is what both sides are saying. Freedom is here, freedom has come. Deputy President William Ruto has come out of his official vehicle. In the first vehicle, he was with his family. I have seen his wife. I have seen his sons who have come with him. I have seen his mother. That tells you that this is somebody who's coming confident, knowing that probably the pendulum will swing his way.
All right. Thank you, Kenneth. He's been out in the field. Kennedy, for your good work that you have been doing. As you can see, those are vehicles belonging to the entourage of DP Ruto. They just came in. What you are seeing right now are live pictures from inside the auditorium, waiting any minute from now that the candidates will be showing up. We have not seen Raila Odinga. We are still waiting. They were all invited. That is why you saw George Luchiri, the professor here at the Bomas of Kenya. They were all invited. We are yet to see Raila Odinga and his team. Earlier on, I saw one of his lawyers, Paul Mwangi, was here, and of course the advance team was also here. We can hear some music from the auditorium. That is what you're hearing right now. These are choirs who've been singing here since we first came here on Monday. We've been pitching camp here since Monday. And on Tuesday, when the election was conducted and the tallying started immediately after that, on Tuesday evening, we started seeing Form 34As being uploaded. And that exercise came to a conclusion today. It started on Tuesday, Wednesday, all the way, and we've been waiting for that. It's something that we've been waiting for, and especially yesterday we asked the commission the validity of Form 34B. Some of them did not have stamps, they were not stamped. Some of them did not have some agent's signatures, and we were informed that the supreme document is Form 34A. I'll just hand you over to our town studios, to Dan, so that we can continue with this live production all the way from Bomas of Kenya. We'll be coming back to us in a short while. Don't go anywhere, but for now, we go back to our town studios. Dan.
All right, thank you, Frederick Muitiriri, Dan Mwangi, and Zainab Ismail indeed. Well, the long wait is suddenly coming to an end, and the battle for the soul of Kenya and its apex leadership for the next 5 years has been on for years. Well, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission is suddenly set to announce the results of the presidential race, which has pit 4 men against each other. In the end, from the numbers, it is ultimately a battle between 2 men, that is Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Coalition Party's candidate, Raila Amolo Odinga.
And on the other lane of this tight race is the United Democratic Alliance Party's candidate and the sitting Deputy President, William Samoei Ruto. After a gallery of campaigns, pronouncements and changes of allegiances, exchange of words, accusations, counter-accusations, name it, Kenyans are looking at the big announcement, which ideally will make known the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya.
Right, Dan, and we'll be looking at a number of things that are set on the threshold in the presidential race. Now, for one, for a candidate to win that presidential race, they need to receive 50% plus 1 vote of the total and 25% in at least 24 out of the 47 counties. Now, what we know is that 22.1 million Kenyans registered vote, but only about 65% turned up to cast their ballot, and this is according to IEBC's last update on that specific figure.
Yes, and Zainab, under the Constitution, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has up to 7 days after the vote to announce the results, meaning they have until tomorrow, but IEBC says it will make the big announcement this afternoon, meaning any time from now, and that's what we are monitoring right now. So good afternoon. This is Decision 2022. I am Dan Mwangi.
Indeed, thanks, Dan, and I'm Zainab Ismail. Of course, we have our reporters camped at the Bomas of Kenya. We had the voice of Frederick Muitiriri. We also do have our senior reporters Leila Mohammed and Kennedy Mureithi right outside and inside the Bomas of Kenya. Will be giving us a very timely updates on exactly what is happening. We do understand that this declaration was meant to take place this afternoon, either between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. So any moment from now, we will be hearing from the IEBC commissioners and specifically the presidential returning officer Wafula Chebukati on that final decision. Remember, it has been quite a number of days, and the commission has certainly been camped at the Bomas of Kenya for the last few days in a tense and vigorous exercise of the results, verifying those Forms 34A and Forms 34B, which essentially brings us to the results and finally the declaration of who has actually won the votes cast. And just looking back at the Constitution of Kenya in terms of the procedure at a presidential election, this is Article 138 of the Constitution. Now, Article 138, Section 5. Let me just begin with the Section 3 of Article 138. Presidential election, all persons registered as voters for the purposes of parliamentary elections are entitled to vote. The poll shall take place and shall be taken by secret ballot on the day specified, and this was, as we saw on Tuesday, the 9th of August, at the time, in the places, in the manner prescribed under an Act of Parliament. And after counting the votes in the polling stations, the IEBC shall tally and verify the count and declare the results. Then a candidate shall be declared elected as president if the candidate receives more than half of the votes cast in the election and at least 25% of the votes cast in each of more than half of the counties. So what happens if that hasn't happened? According to the Constitution, Chapter 138, Section 5, if no candidate is elected, a fresh election shall be held within 30 days after the previous election, and in that fresh election, the only candidate shall be the candidate who received the greatest number of votes and the candidate who received the second greatest number of votes. Then, if more than one candidate receives the greatest number of votes, in Clause 5B, shall not apply to the only candidates in the fresh election, shall be contemplated in Clause 5. And Dan, I think the Constitution spells out how that is meant to happen, and I think we have, a sort of a bit of a clear picture of where we are so far in terms of we've finished, the votes were cast, the results were verified, and finally, Mr. Wafula Chebukati has that result in a Form 34C. So it will be interesting to see what happens in the next few minutes.
Yes, and as we speak, the UDA presidential candidate, that's William Samoei Ruto, has already arrived at the Bomas of Kenya, and alongside his family and other leaders from the UDA team. From the pictures we've seen, that includes the Nairobi governor-elect, that's Johnson Sakaja, who's there with him, as well as other people. But this afternoon, time nowadays is going so weirdly based on how our cycle of time right now in regards to the past number of days. Sometimes they're not too sure that it's morning or afternoon. But now it's this afternoon. We're not in studio alone. We are joined by Arnold Maliba and Achieng Osogo. Welcome to our set, guys. Thank you. It's a big day for Kenya. It's a big day for Kenya. The anticipation, the expectations, the hopes of many.
It comes down to this.
Yes, it comes down to this. So by the time we are going to bed tonight,
we shall know who the fifth president.
That is if there is no, say, runoff.
Right.
That is, there's no runoff. We should, in an ideal case, as we said, ideally, we should know who the next president of the Republic of Kenya is. Arnold, what are your initial thoughts at how things are going so far?
I think we've wiled through the motions quite well. As a country, we really showed up quite effectively and in the way that any other person would have expected. Of course, a little bit of there was the worry about voter turnout, but the voter turned out to actually be not what we saw. So probably after this, we need to talk about IBC having become efficient, because there were no long queues the way we are used to, and those push and pull. Then when the numbers come in, of course, we realize that we did 65 and above. That is closer to 2/3. Ordinarily, even that number alone could form very long queues. So IBC also will need to tell us the efficiency, how they injected inefficiency. We were worried they wouldn't do their work well. We've done that. So far, there has not been a major incident. All over, we've kept calm. And I think that up to this point, it is important that we continue, we celebrate or move to the next stage peacefully, because our life has to continue. We have got children who are going back to school. We still have got life to live going forward. And we have got a nation to take care of as we get going.
Because you've repeatedly been told, elections is just one day. We still have, a country to build, life to go back to. But, that in no way to negate that. But it also feels like, just in that one day, there's a lot. It's a one-day event whose process is longer than one day and is very intense. Achieng, don't you agree?
I do, and I think that's where people who study elections, people who call themselves election experts, they differ, and they prefer to describe it as a cycle because of all the things that go into the one day that we all participate in. A lot of it is invisible to us, the legislation around it. You remember there was a lot of drama at the beginning of the year with Parliament amend the Political Parties Act and the Elections Act. All that forms part of where we are at today. If you remember, we in a very unique way, we have our own arrangement, which allowed us to have a coalition political party. Part of what we are actually glued to today. And even when we give our numbers, we give numbers for Azimio as a party. So it is a whole process. And I wish that going forward we would engage more in the entire process as a people, so that we give our input and make it better. And when we get to the stage where we are at today, or perhaps when we even get to the point of elections, it is done in the way we want it done as a people, rather than, because it's open, it's possible. A lot of there's room for public participation, especially during legislation. I wish people could participate more in processes like those, so that we have laws that speak for us, do that which we want. And I would like to agree with Maliba that IBC have outdone themselves. The only problem has been the declaration because it's taken too long. We've been anxious for too long. We have really waited and we have declared all sorts of results. there was room for all that. In as much as they've been transparent and all this, we saw an element of opaqueness towards the end, because now we could not access and we are wondering what's happening, and time stopped in the media houses, you know, some. So I wish that one of the recommendations that will be made will be towards reducing the wait. In as much as the law allows them 7 days, we're human and our lives almost come to a standstill when.
But don't you think it's in a way justified in light of giving opportunity, giving time and space for any eventualities, in light of the sensitivity of this, in light of the Maraga ruling, which it was a lot on the process, because if you, I think, what if you give guys a very short time? Doesn't it increase the chances of the process being flawed?
And that's why I think we need to enhance efficiency. I'm not good in technology, but I am sure there's a way you can have the things to just make the process slower. We need to look into that. I think it's important to invest into that, reduce the time, because anxiety for a week, waiting for a week, you go to work half day for a week. If you're a business person, and especially an SME or an MSME, nothing is happening. Life has literally stopped. We have had children at home this whole while. School reopening has been postponed twice, So surely there must be a way this can be done faster without losing any of the recommendations from the 2017 ruling.
Arnold, I mean, a major issue that we've seen emerge in this election is certainly the use of social media and the prevalence of manipulation, fake news, disinformation, hate speech, and even right up until this point, when you go to social media, of course, there's a diverse opinions across the board from, especially those aligned to the political classes. What do you see from this? I mean, are we able to read through the lines when it comes to, the right information and that is spread on social media?
I think generally as a country we are at what is referred to a post-truth era. And what we see one time to me is not necessarily what it is. But the noises in social media, there's too much information. We actually are flooded with information. And we now need to move away from just knowledge to also help guys also be social media literate. I don't know what term I should actually use for that, but that you should also be in a place where you just don't know how to use social media. But you should be able to sieve through, to see everything. Because sometimes things look so close. They use banners from media houses. Now, Photoshop is very easy. Whatever it's Photoshop, whatever you are using, coming up with lookalikes. Even websites that are actually closer. If you are not very very specific, or if you don't show, you easily find something that looks like that website, and you could look at it and think this is the NTV website, only to realize that it's not. So there's too much disinformation, but it doesn't take so long before people realize this one is a parody, this one is a fake, this is a clone or anything else. But in times when there's so much information being churned out, like during an election, guys were already celebrating people who have won a day after election. There was a complete list of who has lost and who has won. Way before counting was even done in other places, way before tallying was done, people already knew who had won, and most of those lists actually were found to be fake. But people were even going, on account of having used that, people went ahead to make statements only to come out and then look like you are not informed. So, by all means, verify before you run with it, especially if it's coming from social media.
All right.
The other thing I just wanted to say quickly is, our election is not digital at all. The use of technology, we employ technology on a very small bit of our election. It's
majorly manual because people have to go and physically vote.
90% of our election is actually manual. With just voter identification, of course, you can actually include voter registration because it's part and parcel of the election.
So the registration,
and identification,
and transmission of the results.
Transmission, we can actually even bring it by a chopper. And that reminds me, do you know that if we were to do elections in all constituencies and used choppers to bring the results to Nairobi, that's like 290 million. I can tell you it will still be cheaper than what we are already paying. Our elections is so expensive that even if you used a chopper to lift results from every ward, 1450 of them, that is just 1.5 billion. It's still much higher than the billions we use in these elections.
Right.
There's just something so wrong with what we call this, with the systems we are putting in place and everything else to do elections.
But it's a trust issue.
Yeah, it's a trust issue.
Kenyans, we are deficient of trust.
So the trust deficiency comes in at a place where even the system that we've put in place, we now, as in, do we want the Holy Spirit now to be taking care of these issues that we called an angel, and the angel is the one who transmitted the results.
Because inform a recommendation.
So what exactly do we need to do? So the technology bit of it, Acheng was talking about the efficiency and everything else. We need to simplify this thing. We have over-legislated the elections. We have got a very expensive and cumbersome electoral framework around the elections.
Because do you not appreciate the fact that, you know, we've come from extremely highly contested elections, and that is why we find ourselves legislating the elections to this extent?
No, you see, human error is actually very common, right? Even machine does errors, I mean. So we can count ballots here. If this was actually a polling station, we count our votes here. And if by mistake one ballot is actually held together with the other, even if we discover that after we have filled the form, we cannot change. We can't change. You know, and we are the ones who've actually made that. So it's too difficult. We have heavily legislated this thing. We've come up with a very complex and expensive legal framework around elections. So in and of itself brings us here. We were waiting for the results at 3. It's been moved to 4.
Right.
We've been waiting for the last 7 days. Of course, now we make jokes. The good thing with this country is that we make jokes out of everything. We've made jokes about Chebukati. Initially, we wanted to know what kind of mafuta ye hujipaka.
Kwa kichwa.
Yeah, at some point guys were asking, why is he not changing the clothes, call the wife? And then, okay, we realize he's very sober. So, this one looks like it's a strategy. Everything. Now we've gone all round. We are back to this. So that humor, by the way, reminds me of Chinua Achebe's work. When he takes the first person in the story, he writes, he has got the capacity to laugh at himself. He do stupid things and still laugh at himself. So when you look at it, you find a character that is actually messing up, still being able to point out that they know they are messing up, and they laugh at themselves, and somehow it just goes down, throws the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah.
I think even as we continue with the conversation, those are live pictures coming to us from the Bomas of Kenya inside the You can see the tight security deployed there. I cannot count, but those are quite a high number of police officers manning the area. On one side, the pictures, I think these are international observers seated on one.
Actually,
well,
we have a mix of diplomats.
Right.
Sorry, Zainab.
Yes, of course,
the far left we have.
You can see better than I.
Much as I'm older, right? To the left we have Meg Whitman, who's just the new U.S. ambassador to Kenya. Next to her we have the UK High Commissioner to Kenya. So we are seeing a number of diplomats there. It's a very high-end event, as you would imagine. But yes, there are observers, international observers, who are allowed in. So I mean, Kenya is such a strategic country in regards to its placement, its influence, name it, and so even the international community is really watching watching how right now, what we may say, the most powerful man, Chebukati, is going to do.
Oh, he really is, and all eyes are on suddenly Mr. Wafula Chebukati, talking about the importance of Kenya, globally. But let's look at it, regionally. I mean, Kenya has been seen to be, of a healthy democracy and beacon of stability in this whole region, at least East and Central Africa. Now, looking at, where Kenya stands in terms of, its space in the region, I'll begin with you, Achieng. Why is this election so important to ensure that, it is a pivotal point and a subject of, you can go back and say Kenya held its elections in the most democratic way, sort of like an example to the rest of, the states surrounding this region?
I think, like you said, we are a hub and we host quite a number of headquarters. And when people have problems, we go in and try to help address, and to retain that moral authority, to retain that lead. we have to appear to be getting things right ourselves. Recently, we had DRC join the EAC. DRC joined EAC.
Yes.
Yeah, it's rhyming.
You are already joining EACC.
So, and we know the issues hard, even with between themselves and Rwanda. We know sometimes there are issues. Well, I am at the risk of being on the wrong side with Ugandans, and we send delegations, you know, to try and intervene, to try and talk to them. The role Kalonzo Musyoka played in Sudan. So we must stay above, we must appear to be above, we must appear to be getting things right ourselves. And you have seen messages from Tanzania. Tanzanians are perhaps, in terms of politics, we keep saying they are more mature than we are, but you have also seen them admire how we do things, you know, despite our thinking that they are ahead of us. They've been admiring, except now they are concerned also about the declaration that's taking too long, but it keeps us ahead. Kenya, for example, is also the hub of election observers, the EHON, and you saw election observer missions from all over Africa come to observe this particular election, and they did it as Africans amongst them. We did it as Africans, like Ndindi Nyoro likes to say, we are Africans and Africa is our business. On this election, we actually seemed to be saying, we seemed to want to really have the world know that. And I happened to interact with the person who was heading the West African delegation, and he was so excited, and he said that this must definitely be repeated in the Nigerian elections of next year. You know, let's have Africa, because we understand ourselves, we understand how we do things. Kenya has shown the way. We have led yet again. Let us copy-paste this into the Nigerian election. So I think it is important because we lead, we put ourselves out there. We have moved now. We're not like our peers. We're not, in terms of economics. We are now middle income. We are ahead of our peers, you know. So as we continue to try and take lead in every sphere, be it politically, economically, socially, it is important that we are ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
And looking at President Uhuru Kenyatta, I mean, he leaves, you know, a huge space, and whoever will come in and fit into that position will certainly need to master how President Uhuru Kenyatta has managed to you know, engage himself and Kenya in this region. You know, you can say President Uhuru has been quite, you know, a master of soft power, and his popularity, you know, I don't believe it. You know, I have had him, you know, called that, you know, master of soft power. You know, his popularity suddenly
with our neighbors.
With our neighbors.
Not internally.
Well, I'm talking about in this East African community. You know, he's tried, you know, in his second term, especially in, you know, in his trying to build relationships among the countries around, you know, Kenya. Looking at that, is the person who's going to fit into these shoes able to continue with that legacy?
You know, the reason why I laughed when you said
a master of soft power.
President Uhuru Kenyatta has been a master of soft power. I wasn't so sure until you clarified that it's with our neighbors, because internally, you know, President Uhuru is this particular parent who's very hard on his kids but very soft on the neighborhood kids. You know, the neighborhood kids would actually call him a king, a good man, but at home is actually a very hard one on his own children.
But to be fair, but you do agree that, you know, at a time where there was no semblance of, you know, integration within the East African community, and it appeared that things were collapsing at that point, it was him who, after all these years of squabbles, sort of brought those partners together.
Yeah, that's no lie. He actually has worked very well at international level. You remember at some point he actually was even appointed the global champion for youth, and even at the African level I think he was chairing something to do with the youth. If there's anything the president, I know this is not the time to actually talk about his scorecard, but I know that one of those things, because I have worked with and for young people for most of my adult life. And I would actually tell you that if there's anything that he left unattended was the youth work. The way he dealt with the youth issue, for the last 10 years, he just dropped. Even Kibaki, a much older man than him, did much for the youth of this country than him. I will actually go into details and justify that. That one is actually on my head because I've been in that sector for the last like 15 years. But that said, at international level, he's worked very well at EAC. Even if some neighbors sometimes behaved, really had bad manners, he had the calmness of mind to reach out to a phone and call them. He's tried to actually ensure that some of those applications to join EAC that were pending, he really pushed that we bring them on board. At the continental level, he actually is a very cool guy. Very, very cool guy. As in, on the continental level, these guys are missing out a cool kid. Who go out there and knows how to engage those guys very, very well. Let's also remember that he started off bullishly, especially with the international world, the community, especially with the ICC at that particular time when they came in at first. Once he actually ensured that ICC was no longer an issue, he actually then changed tact. That our foreign affairs docket has actually been a very good tip of the spear on how we've actually engaged. For us, I think the biggest army we have as a country is foreign affairs. Our relations, that is how we know how to fight our battles, whether it is territorial, whether it is trade, whether it is just our place among the League of Nations. Our foreign affairs is one of those docket that is uncelebrated, yet that is the bulldozer of how we engage with our neighbors. So on that, the president gets it well. Is anyone else really going to fit into?
Are they able to cut out?
It's easy.
For that task?
We actually have got one of the best foreign affairs teams. The foreign affairs ministry has got some of the sharpest minds you can actually find, not just on the continent, but globally. That you can actually just check and see how we actually rated. From the current PAs to the former minister, we have got the minister for sports currently, who is a very good diplomat. That we've done very well. That's how we actually have managed. For example, UNON, the United Nations office in Nairobi, for example, is the continental headquarters for Africa. Habitat, UN Habitat, is actually the global headquarters for that particular agency. So we've managed to keep some of these agencies locally here, and literally everybody coming to Nairobi and putting up a small headquarters and then running to do production elsewhere, because now industrial-wise, then when it comes to industrialization, then we've lost out to other neighbors because the cost of production around here has actually gone higher. So you bring a continental headquarters office in Upper Hill, but the factory is in Addis, probably in Dodoma or in Uganda, but then the real office, the headquarters, is actually in Nairobi, just with 4 people. So we lose out on the other things on that particular end. The president didn't have so big shoes that no one can fit. That's what I'm trying to say. That the Ministry of Foreign Affairs...
But at the end of it all, the winner doesn't have a choice. He must continue at least what the region expects, and some sort of continuity and stability.
The technocrats in foreign affairs actually know how to do their work, but most times those are the people who literally prime the guy who comes to office. This is how we relate with these guys, this is our experience, this is what we know, and this is how we move on. So I don't think anyone will struggle to fill into that, especially if our focus is about charming, to charm our neighbors and everything else. I don't know, but if whoever comes in is actually interested in just working on local issues, again, we might not need that so much. But the truth is that since we do a lot of exporting, and our influence around our neighbors is just about how we actually get to move by, I think it's necessary. Also, don't think that there's anything he's done miraculously beyond what Kibaki did.
Ache, do you think Uhuru Kenyatta has, I mean, aside from, there's a lot of, like we said, one, the country has a deficiency of trust generally, and it's also, there's a significant of it that is in the government and the systems. But when we just look at it from through an objective lens, what do you feel that Uhuru Kenyatta has done for this country that by the time he's handing over to either of the 2 gentlemen who's going to be announced anytime now, ideally, what do you think will be some of the things that an objective eye would say this is a solid thing he did for Kenya?
I think one would be infrastructural development, which we have seen. He took it from Kibaki and ran with it. And I think that's something we will give him, we will forever remember him for. And what I love best about the expressway, for example, is not just the road itself, but what it does to the mind of Kenyans. We never imagined we never imagined it possible. We never imagined a road would actually be run over the other if you have not been out of this country. It never seemed possible. And so anytime you get into an argument, a discussion, the line Key Expressway, you know, sneaks into a conversation. So it's opened us up to possibilities. And now when we are exposed to ordinary things, we want to look for an expressway kind of way of doing things. And I think for me, that's something we might not talk about much, but for me, it is really a big thing, because now we are now open-minded. The Masai say, macho ya kufunguka haifunguki. I don't know if it is.
I have to confirm that.
Yeah. Once you have seen, you cannot unsee, you know.
Right.
Maybe learning you can unlearn, but once you've seen, you cannot unsee.
Right.
I think that's a big plus for him. He tried in the foreign affairs, like you said, working with our neighbors. Of course, forever, every time we talk about DRC and the East African community, it will always go with Uhuru's name. So that he takes, you know. And the same way the efforts around Sudan always go with Kalonzo's name. So this he takes. But in terms of bringing us together and nationhood, I think he really tried this, but may not have succeeded. But I think there was a lot of good effort towards it. I remember in his first term, he didn't visit Kisumu, for example. But in his second term with the handshake, it became a possibility, and he demystified how the Luo community looks at and experiences the Kikuyu community. He humanized Kikuyus in the eyes of the Luos. We no longer look at them with the stereotypes that we have grown up with as a community. And I think for me that's a beautiful thing, because now we know you can actually work with them, you can actually, he has bridged a gap in terms of bringing us together, in terms of building the nation.
All right.
Perhaps it would have, if he had gone with his BBI initiative, perhaps then he would have succeeded in that also. But he has made strides towards that. And in terms of building trust, at least he has moved the Luo community closer in terms of trust when it comes to the Kikuyu community.
Right. Well, now, just maybe in a couple of minutes, we will be able to have, you know, some sort of way and get to know how this country will be headed in terms of whether we're getting a new leader. But of course, is most likely exactly what will happen. And as this new leader suddenly prepares to assume office, there will be other things that will be demanded from him. And one of the most essential issues that we're looking at, of course, is dealing with the domestic challenges, even away from the demands of the region. And you know, the East Africa will be what is happening in the country, such as, you know, the issue of cushioning the Kenyans from, you know, the economic crisis that is facing us. Arnold, I mean, this is, we've seen from at least majority of the presidential candidates putting this as, you know, their first you know, endeavor once they do assume office, whichever way this goes. Certainly, this is an important issue.
Well, we have to start from Article 10 of the Constitution. Whoever is elected president must first of all be the president of Kenya, not the president of Azimio, not the president of Kenya Kwanza. They must actually take that up, and whatever government they put in place must actually be reflective of Article 10, must have the face of Kenya, must also be representative of all the people, the population that actually helps us work around this, so that everybody feels included. We are a country, by the way. When you run, you can run as whatever party, independent, whatever party or coalition you are in. But once you win, you must then become the president of the Republic of Kenya. Secondly, you must then find ways of bringing those who lost to closer, to actually feel like they actually belong. It's important being anonymous and reaching out. And then this 100 days line is very common. In 100 days we will do this, in 100 days we will do this. The challenge has been that
but it's never consecutive. They say the 100 days is not necessarily consecutive.
Because it's one thing to actually put out what you want to do in 100 days. But the government being a bureaucracy, you realize that absorbing money as little as 100 million shillings can actually be very, very complex. You might not be able to even procure a small cup like this one if you don't do it in 2 weeks' time, for example. So there's so many things they promise and say they'll actually give us and rather put out, but before then they get in, it's quite difficult. But then the other thing that I actually find that would be much easier for a government that is coming in is that we are now in a new financial year. The exchequer has not been released yet. At least the money normally comes around September 15th for the new financial year. So at least when these guys come in, it will not be so difficult for them to actually hit the ground running, because even the budget cycle and how the exchequer flows, they actually are coming into the office at a very good time when there's float, there's liquidity, and they can actually like spend money, break a few things here and there. But over and above, they can't do anything they want because we have got a budget. Everything they do must actually be regularized and fit into the budget as has actually been put out there.
So I think it's important to bring to light, actually just to pick up from what Arnold has mentioned, which is important, that during the campaigns, etc., you're leading these millions of people who are behind you, and the tallies will show. But especially in such a close race, where we are almost split in half in regards to, Kenyans are almost split in half in regards to who they support. Excuse me, at this point, between William Ruto and Raila Odinga, one may win, ideally one will win, but that does, that what Arnold is saying, we need to ensure that Kenya, after the announcement, is one name, so that this this person, like Uhuru Kenyatta, was not now the president of Jubilee. He's the president of the Republic of Kenya.
Right.
So I'd be interested to hear what needs to be done to ensure that we have that kind of an accommodating environment in the country, because some may see a celebration here, it may irk them, but the ones who have been declared the winners will feel it's our right to celebrate. So what needs to be done to ensure that we have that balance, so that this country we have been working hard to build, we don't undo it because, after this is done, there is tomorrow, there is next year, name it,
right. I was just thinking about something that was circulating on social media this morning about it's an nilotic affair. One nilot is going to carry the day today. And it's interesting how you
guys really
cling on to look for something.
To be very good to Wajakoya. Wajakoya is in the race. Some guy speak and he said either of the two.
No, we're going by numbers. Numbers don't lie.
Yes.
But Wajakoya has faith.
Yeah, and he said
counts for something.
He said he would win. Yeah, he said he would win. Nonetheless, first is the I don't know if it was yesterday you were asking me if we were to have a Raila presidency, what would be in it for me as an individual?
Yes.
What would be in it for all his supporters, those who supported him? But it is the thing about you feel our own has it, And I think anywhere, any appointment that we have, we judge things, by the second name. So I think it would be important to live up to the spirit of the Constitution and show in his appointments have a face of Kenya, so that when you look at what he's doing, you don't judge him too harshly. You can see your own there, and you can see he's trying to reach out to you. The other thing that happened, I think, in the first term of Jubilee, I don't know if this also has changed, but was that funding to counties that were not pro-Jubilee. There was a problem with their funding, and I hope that doesn't happen with him. That is, he would need to ensure that everyone is treated equally, for lack of a better expression. And then again, in terms of infrastructure, we would be happy to see a lot of roads launched in all parts of Kenya, government projects launched in all parts of Kenya, not just in one direction, because we are very quick and very good at reading these signs, and we are like, you see, and it takes me back to the issue of it's our time to eat. And until we deal with the issue of it being your turn to eat, people will continue to feel left out. And unfortunately, if you see the way we have been waiting for the results, you wonder if we have really internalized devolution and what it does for you, because really we should be getting sleepless nights over our governors, because that's where the rubber meets the road. We've talked about international, international relations. How does that affect my grandmother in Gotosembo? She doesn't know. She lives very close to Uganda, but she doesn't understand the impact. Yet what the governor-elect Orengo would do would impact on her life directly. The governor is able to work on the road right outside her her home. So I wish we would find a way to also educate our people on devolution so that we focus less and remove pressure on the presidency, because I feel we still, in our minds, we are still pre-2010 constitution. And so it leaves a very big challenge for whoever takes over, because as you can hear what I'm saying, he needs to try to distribute things everywhere to appear to be appealing to everyone.
Right.
I think it's going to take long before we take off the glamour from the presidency, because again, I do not see the need of us actually being rushed to remove that, because whoever is elected becomes the leader of our nation, the symbol of national unity. He still is the embodiment of our nationhood, our unity, and how we even share out resources. That he is the diplomat number one. He is the vanguard of our nationhood. Whatever way you look at it, it's going to take a bit of time, and there's the prestige that comes with that. We have been unable to actually do away with the prestige and everything that comes with the power. That is why even somebody who's just run for office, they've not won, they call them Mheshimiwa. When we know too well how you become a honorable member.
No, but it's because of the process. It's such a long, painful process, and you go through a lot in the hands of the
title like a woye.
To acknowledge.
If you went to med school, for example, and did graduate, we can't call you Daktari. And there is just a very clear way on how you become Mheshimiwa, how you become His Excellency, how you become Senator.
Actually, a number of people on their own campaign material will call themselves honorable.
Yes,
You'll see honorable Arnold Maliba.
Yeah, so they still,
Even doctor.
Yeah.
they still a way. We still have to go. So that is going to be there for some time. We don't have to feel bad about it. We don't have to feel bad. But what we just need to do is that continuously make the process of getting to power very transparent, very open, so that over time then people can actually go to sleep knowing that their votes are safe and will be counted, or at least those votes will be counted. And you see the process of actually ensuring that your vote is counted and you are sure. When it's counted and it doesn't turn out the way you want, you still feel sad. The anxiety that the nation is facing today has nothing to do with their vote being stolen, but it's about, will my vote count? That's the problem we have.
And that's
this tissue business, people saying that people are running around with handkerchiefs. I was actually waiting for Philip Kise, the former town clerk, to be here. He told me he'll buy me a ton of handkerchiefs because
We'll have to ask.
Yeah, so
I mean, right.
So their anxiety has nothing to do with if their votes have been stolen or not. It's about, will my vote count? We put so much premium on the candidates we vote for.
Okay. I think we're just getting live pictures there. Dan, you know, you have better eyesight than I do, but I can see an entourage of perhaps, I believe it is...
It must be some high-end official. We have already seen earlier on William Ruto arrived. We are trying to monitor to see who this entourage belongs to, who's there. But a few, like a minute or so ago, we had seen William Ruto's son getting into the auditorium, being received by the team from Kenya Kwanza.
We also have, of course, the Roots Party candidate George Lushiri Wajakoya, who had already arrived. David Waiga?
Yes, he arrived.
Alongside,
both of them are alongside their running mates.
Right.
And I think for Wajakoya, it's interesting because he and his running mate towards, around the time we're going into the election, they seem to have a subtle fallout. So it's interesting to see them together. So let's see how that plays out in regards to after the elections, because some pronouncements may not be made before the elections, just because of the different dynamics. But aside from that, wait to see whether we'll get any more information on how that has gone.
Right.
And Wajakoya, I mean, like Acheng has said, he's and I think also Arnold saying that he has said that he believes he's winning. That is his faith, that is his pronouncement, his conviction, or just his pronouncement. It's very hard to tell someone's conviction. But we can tell his pronouncement, that's what he has said. So far the numbers are not speaking the same language, but that notwithstanding, wait to see whether he will throw his weight behind any of the two gentlemen.
Like
as
what we saw, I mean,
yes,
yesterday.
with Wahiga Mwaure Wahiga, who said that he supports the deputy president. Arnold, do you know that vehicle? It looks like
Arnold seems to...
This vehicle at the back, it's written Deep State. This is Land Cruiser.
So but we'll have to touch base with our team there on ground just to get a better understanding of exactly who has arrived at the Bomas of Kenya. These are live pictures then from inside the Bomas of Kenya, the amphitheater where everybody is seated. There are sections for every single group of people. One, of course, for the candidates, one side for the family and relatives and close friends of the candidates. On one other side, you have, politicians affiliated to the different candidates also set to sit on one particular side. We've seen a couple of leaders actually there already seated. It's quite, I believe, quite, settled at the Bomas of Kenya. And then just going back to in the country, and you can say that perhaps that this election has sort of set the bar quite high for emerging democracies in this continent, looking at how seamless it has been. I mean, to a point where the Electoral Commission posts the results on a website and says, look, any member of the public who cares to check and wants to tally the results, you can just go there, log on to the IBC website and check out the results. And we've seen, some, settled, peaceful election throughout. Yes, Arnold.
I think Kenya's commitment in the OGP, among the 5 commitments they took, one of them being the open elections, really for me, this is one commitment that we actually have pushed. We worked on the open data bit of it. It's out there. It's working well. We still are struggling with open government entirely. There are still segments where, but largely when it comes to procurement, we've put everything out there. You can check who's what. Beneficial ownership is out there. You can check who owns what and who's doing what. On election, I think IBC have outdone themselves, gone out there. Everybody else who actually has got a question, you go to. So days when results will be amended, like where students can actually, some of us have gone to colleges where you are told, it's not whether you are right or wrong on, when you're doing this exam, but you'll have to convince me as as your lecturer that you deserve this mark. Sometimes people will actually negotiate votes outside of our voting process. That people can sit behind some window and decide this is what so-and-so gets. IBC has decided that will not be the case. You cast your vote, we put it there. If you have got the capacity, count it. We go further from 34 A's, which is 46,000 of them. You collect 292, including prisons and then the diaspora. Those are 292 constituencies now. And then from 292, then we have largely, if anyone has cared to follow this, you would actually suspect where this is headed. Right. You might not be exactly exact with the numbers, but you could see where it's going. Because if it is not in the Form 34As, it doesn't find its way in the Form 34Bs, and therefore will not find its way to Form 34C.
All right.
So that's how it is. Okay. That the results as declared at the polling station are final.
Right.
Sorry, let me just interrupt you a bit. On your screen, I believe that is William Ruto's mother?
Grandmother?
Mother. This is his mother. She's made her way to the Bomas of Kenya as well. I mean, it's possibly in just a sign of confidence on the part of the UDA candidates team and family. And you also saw yesterday when he had there was a church service at Karen. His mom was also there alongside family members. So they're not we can see we can see more people getting to the auditorium, and so the family members are coming in. As as much as they're coming in, the person who Kenyans are now very keen on seeing is Wafula Chebukati, who's meant to make that greatly awaited announcement, so that Kenyans can know where we go from here. So yes, there you see her. She's been helped to go down the stairs, so she's also made her way into the auditorium. And let's wait and see. I mean, it's a potentially proud moment for her as a mother.
Right.
But anyway, we can commentate on that after the results are out, so we do not get into any premature conversation.
We're talking about, you know, the issue of evolution of democracy, and you know, democracies take time to reach where they reach, especially those we've seen, you know, most mature democracies across the globe. At the end of the day, can we say confidently that with what we've witnessed in this election and the level of, you know, openness that has come out from the poll commission, that Kenya has crossed that age in the evolution of its electoral democracy?
I think it's a continuous journey for us, and I keep making comparison in my mind with the Ugandan system in terms of how IEBC, for example, performed there. I remember the media in Uganda asking why they were not able to tell which constituencies had sent in results. And the Chebuti for there said, you know, in a presidential election, we only have one constituency, you know. So you begin to understand and appreciate how far we have come as a country, because we are able to see where numbers are coming from, and because you also have your 34A, you're able to make, and 34Bs, you're able to make comparisons. So in terms of strides on elections, I think we have done well, and it can only get better. But in terms of democracy, I think a lot still needs to be done, because we still coalesce around tribes. We are not yet at a point where we look at things logically or ideologically. We still look at, which is politics anyway, because it's a game of numbers, so it's only logical that you identify with where the numbers are. But it seems to take more precedence over anything else. And for me, that's the concern. This is not a Kenya, it's not unique to Kenya. Globally, it happens, and I remember a few years ago, Belgium had a problem. They stayed without government for, I think, over 200 days. And it was because they have three, if you're Kenyan, you would say 3 tribes. They have the German speakers, the French speakers, and the other one, I don't know the name. And I remember they were making fun. People tried to bring back the Iranian story, I think. I think Iran also had a similar situation, either Iran or Iraq. And every time you bring that, I think either Iran or Iraq did 188 days. So every time we brought that, they would be taken to Belgium. So if even where we borrowed democracy from, if those countries whom we hail, whom we look up to for guidance when it comes to matters democracy, still vote along tribal lines, I think we have a long way to go in terms of just shaping our politics and our democracy, especially because for us the ideology is the same. We are not yet developed to a point of being, you know, having a variety of ideologies. We are all just social democrats with different names, as Arnold said yesterday. If you look at the manifestos, what is number 3 for this one is number 1 for this other one, but it is the same. Some
sort of convergence when it comes to the ideas they have.
But we have come a long way, and it's a beautiful story. I just pray for a day we get to this Tanzanian space where it doesn't matter. They do not look at each other in terms of tribes. They look at each other in terms of the party. You align to an ideology, actually, in terms of a party. And I think that we perhaps need to study them more than study the West.
Because for quite a long time, in 1992, for example, if you would put together the results of the people who were in opposition, literally it trumped President Moi's results. Yet, so there was a minority rule from 1992 to 1997. And then, of course, we found that in 2007, we found that there was a return to that. So that, you know, when it's a minority rule, it lacks legitimacy. So to ensure that whoever ascends to power deliberately goes out to ensure that they reach out to the rest of the country. Because there were times when people wouldn't care to bring in other people. So you just put together a coalition of 2 or 3 tribes, so long as you work out and ensure that on the other side, people will not the others can be running. So you can just concentrate on a section of the nation where you engage, get your votes, and then proceed to rule over the rest of the country. Completely removed from how they think and how they are doing. So, number one, for legitimacy. Number two, to ensure that we strengthen Enterprise Kenya. Because this project called Enterprise Kenya still has got a lot of things to be worked on. To socialize us, to ensure that, you know, for the longest time, we are a country, yes. We are a country, we are a republic, but we've really not morphed into a nation. So to build nationhood, that whereas we are a country, you can call us a republic if you like, we really had not morphed into a nation. Because you'll still hear about the Luya nation, the Luo nation, the Luo nation. So Kenya as a nation, we hadn't really gelled into one. Right. So to ensure that political parties, and the same requirement, the same is actually required of political parties, that before you are registered as a party, you must get at least 1,000 members in at least 24 counties. Right. Besides the many other requirements, so that we do not have some parochial political parties that are narrow. At least when you are registering a political party, you cannot register a regional party. That no longer works. It actually was removed so that we force everybody, whoever, because whatever political party is registered has got potential of taking over this country. No one knew that TNA would one day rule over this country. Until the other day, UDA, a party that was first registered by Raphael Tuju as a POA, then rebranded, taken up by some different people. Tuju ran on it as president. Now, that particular party that was started by Raphael Tuju to run for president on as POA, now could easily become that particular party that rules over this country. ODM, the same way. Of course, Zimio is now the umbrella, but when ODM started off, some few young people thought the referendum, the yes and no referendum was running, and they thought, this name sounds cool. Why can't we go and register it? So even the political class had to do catch-up, to reach out to those young people and tell them, hey guys, we wanted to register this name, but you guys have already registered it. Now, can we take it from you? Right. A little bit of ingenuousness. Now, so nowadays when you, before people bring out a cliche or a term they think would easily be a movement, people have to register it first, secure it before they come out. Because the lessons learned from ODM were so political parties are required to do the same. So the threshold in Article 138 is very, very important to ensure that we strengthen nationhood. People go out of their way deliberately. If you're going to rise to the republic, then you must involve as many people as possible. So that over time this becomes normal. But then when we started off with, we started advocacy around youth inclusion. Initially it was tokenistic, you go around, you just ensure, after you've done everything, you say, we don't have youth and women here. Nowadays it's been socialized that you're not going to have a sitting on public engagement or anything without having all the groups on the table. So you have a youth, you have got a woman. In most cases, if it's a national level, you have to bring in persons with disability, the minorities, and the marginalized. So the 5 SIGs, special interest groups, must be on the table anytime you're doing anything. But then that sometimes didn't work in the past. If you think like Acheng here is disturbing me when I come here on the show. Every day I say this, she disturbs me. So when I become the leader of this particular show, I'm going to give you an example. So when I become the leader of this show, on this particular panel, she will never be called here again. So to ensure that we balance out and have everybody coming in, that's why those requirements are there. So that we strengthen the union that is the republic.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's going to be a huge task for whoever comes in. The strengthening of, bringing us together, gelling us together. Because in the past elections, we have still gone, the past 2 elections, we have gone with the same requirements. Yet the sense of inclusion has not been there. So there must be something more to be done to give a sense of being a part of the nation. You know, as he says, the Mulembe nation, the Luo nation, we need to increasingly begin to work towards, breaking it, for lack of a better word, so that even if there is a Mulembe nation, part of the Mulembe nation is on this side, the other part is on this side, so it's not an issue, It would be a very good thing if the nations did not vote as a bloc. And I think for me that's one thing that perhaps Uhuru has helped achieve that without, not by chance, I don't know if it was by design, but the fact that I love that the Kikuyus, we saw a significant increase in the votes that Raila got from the mountain. And yes, Ruto got the block he got. I think for me that's a beautiful thing, because both sides had Kikuyus as running mates. And I hate that I am talking about tribes again. Had Kikuyus as running mates, but it sort of begins to demystify it, you know. So now we know that you can go against a kingpin, you know. So the other nations will probably follow suit going forward. Luhyas have been very good at that. They never follow a kingpin. They just go their way. Now Kikuyus have joined in. Hopefully the other nations will also follow suit and have their own, you know.
But essentially at the end of it all, this is, you know, stringent winning margin that the Constitution has set, of course, is just to ensure that the country produces, you know, national leaders and agendas, sort of a culture of alliance across the entire nation. So then we don't have to speak, you know, 5-10 years down the lane, we don't have to speak about, you know, the Mount Kenya. We don't have to speak, the coastal people on one hand, you have the Mulembe people on the other hand. At the end of it, we're just speaking about Kenyans, and we're just speaking about the people on this other part of the country, and then there are guys on this other side. You don't have to be tribal. But also at the very end of it, after this declaration, and from what we've seen across the country in terms of the other elective positions, the other important work that will come after this, and you know, with the country of course salvaging itself from you know quite a dark past and dented past, it rests on now, you know, the courts, perhaps for those who feel aggrieved. And we've seen a number of, you know, those who are seeking positions who felt aggrieved. You know what, the next course of action for me is to go to the courts. So let me begin with you, Achieng, on this. I mean, when we're looking at the courts, has it been able to, you know, set itself, you know, in that position where we can be able to get to that level of, you know, democracy we're looking at?
You know, it's interesting that parties, if you interacted with them closely before the election, you would get a sense that everybody was gathering evidence. You know, somehow in our minds it was going to go wrong and we were going to go to court. So people were already in the process of just gathering evidence, and you would hear that, like Azimio complaining that, Kenya Kwanza got an opportunity to go to Greece, we did not get. Why isn't there equality? You know, at some point when they were claiming that Chirchir had been to Greece and they hadn't been invited. Later on, everyone went. But you could see, and I think the ODM party said that all the communication they did with IBC, they had done numerous letters. Again, people are building files, you know, evidence. Oh, we asked for this, they didn't do. We asked for this, they didn't respond. And so with this knowledge, the courts then began to prepare. No, they didn't begin at that point, but the courts went on to prepare themselves, you know, because we all know it will be close. The person who misses it is probably going to go and seek refuge in court. So the court has really invested in the process, and not just the national one, throughout the process, even in the primaries. You saw that first there were less cases, but the process of resolving disputes from the primaries took a very short time. So courts have heavily invested. I think they trained, I don't remember the numbers of judges that they towards this process, and the clerks, and while they had issues with resources, they had the numbers to handle whatever was going to come their way. So it's going to be, they will deliver in good time, and I think they're very well prepared. They've had, every time they do training, and the other thing about transparency, again, that I love about the judiciary is that they have really embraced it. You know, they're all over social media. They make sure we know that which they are doing. I think also towards just building our confidence, because they know this day is coming, right? You know, so they have, and they have done very well before, and have even ruled against the executive, something we never imagined possible. Whether or not the executive has respected is another story, but they have ruled against the executive before. So a lot of confidence has also been built in the judiciary, which is a good thing, so that, because whoever goes to the court tomorrow will know that whatever decision the judiciary makes will be a fair one, and their followers will not have issues with that decision, because we have a history to lean on. And then now they also have the their funds have been operationalized. So they'll have a sense of independence, you know, actual independence. Forget about the one you told you're independent, but you don't have resources. Now they have actual independence. So there will be no claims of State House freezing funds, State House doing 1, 2, 3. So now they're totally independent, and it was important that that was done before presidential petitions are done, just to enhance confidence. And remember, all this, I think all our lessons come from 2007. Nobody wants us to go back there. Nobody wants us to even get halfway to where we went.
Even 2017.
That
jurisprudence has actually grown over time from 2007. We've increasingly worked on strengthening our institutions. We are building institutions to ensure that then we really have to depend on individuals, because on the day the individuals don't show up, then we don't have things working. I like using Michuki's example. Michuki was the Minister for Transport just after Kibaki came to power. He streamlined the Matatu sector very, very well. Of course, there is a guy who came in after he was transferred, and he said, I also run Matatus, and I'm not going to actually be so hard on the Matatu sector. And somehow we relapsed into the old bad manners. But somehow a lot of the progress that has been made in the transport sector was pushed by an individual. And by the way, when he came in, he never passed any new law. Those regulations and laws already were in existence. It was just not being implemented. So we've grown our institutions, but over and above, you must remember one thing, that Americans, old American once said that the price of liberty or democracy is eternal vigilance.
You know, is this to say that in some cases we have individuals who are bigger than systems? Like if it's Michuki?
When we actually have to depend on personalities, then in their absence, because people are not forever, people are not eternal, people are not perpetual, you cannot succeed yourself like an institution. But you know, Kenya has been there since I think when did these guys start this enterprise? They didn't discover us. So
no, we were discovered.
Well, the other day I actually was in New York, and I thought, why have I not discovered Manhattan as an island, and actually named it my village where I come from, and say that this is Nabunulu Island. I didn't do that. so that's saying that we have grown our institutions, but I actually was talking about the Constitution 2010. The Constitution is so robust and transformative that it defends itself even when there is a conspiracy between a few elements in the judiciary and the executive, or even the legislature or independent offices, because the architects of our Constitution were not bold enough to just say that we have got 4 arms of government, because the independent officers should just be what you call a 4th arm of government, because IBC should not somehow be put under a certain ministry the way we attempted to do that with the independent officers when Jubilee came into office. We attempted to put them under ministries. So that's why in other jurisdictions they insist that independent officers are an armament on their own. So the Constitution has defended itself. It's not been so much about us, because we forget a lot and we relapse and try to, especially when we're in power, we start to do the bad manners that we were doing advocacy against.
On your screen you can see some laughter and cheer, and that is between some of the members of the Azimio side and the members of the and a member of the UDA. So you could see there's some cordialness, you know, behind some of the pronouncements we've seen across the campaign trail. On your screen there is the CAS. I don't know, we should not call them outgoing CAS. We don't know what happened to that position for industry. That's Bwana Osiani, alongside Mwangi Wairia, who is the outgoing governor of Muranga and the outgoing governor of Kisii, that's Ongwae. And they were speaking to Kipchumba Murkomen, who is a very ardent member of UDA and the Kenya Kwanza coalition, and he's one who actually has reclaimed his seat with a significant margin. So again, we've seen them having these interactions, which I guess are things that those who have been pushing for there to be peace and cordialness after the announcement would cite such examples where we have people on the opposing sides having those slight moments and speaking to each other, not at each other, which we have been treated to during the campaigns. But now we have, the next step after this announcement is made. But in the meantime, as we grab
I know. I mean, and as we wait, look, we were told 3 p.m. Now it's 4:22. We're still waiting.
But
yes.
What time specifically did they specify? You know, there is 3 p.m. State House time,
IBC time.
Allow me to tell you this. In Swahili they say ukisha kula ng'ombe mzima
huwezi acha mkia.
Huwezi acha mkia. Sasa ile mkia ambayo imebaki is what we're waiting for now, right? So
whatever time Chebukati shows up, it is actually 3 p.m. Chebukati time. Because this is his hour.
Yeah. It is said you may have the clock, but we have the time.
All right. I think
on our screen we see these are NCIC commissioners.
Yes, in fact,
and some of the officials from the NCIC.
Mr.
We have Danvas, and then we have Madam Wamboi Nyoto there, who is the vice chair. And so you could see it's pretty much a representation of all the relevant bodies, both government and non-government, who are there. But let's cross over to Bomas of Kenya, listening to the choir. I presume their singing could possibly help us all relax.
Indeed, we really do hope so. Okay, so then we'll come back and see what's happening.
Harufu yako twaijua hata ukipanda ndege. Harufu yako twaijua tu hata ukipanda ndege. Ewe Kenya inji yangu, ewe Kenya baba yangu, ewe Kenya mama yangu, oh, sitakuacha milele. Na jirani, Kenya yangu usijali ukitukanwa na jirani. Yeye anaona wivu kwa vile umeendelea. Yeye anaona wivu kwa vile umeendelea. Anakuita nyang'au, amekuita mnyonyaji. Anakuita nyang'au, amekuita mnyonyaji. Naye yazidi kuporomoka, wacha yeye yaporomoke. Naye yazidi kuporomoka, wacha yeye yaporomoke. Ewe Kenya inji yangu, ewe Kenya baba yangu, ewe Kenya mama yangu, oh, sitakuacha milele.
different colors of a nation come together. I hear a whisper in the wind of a people with a dream. Different colors of a nation come together for a win.
We share spirit deep within, our hearts beat in the rhythm. Different faces of the nations come together for the win.
Pamoja tunaweza twajijenga. Pamoja we can. We are. We rise. We spread beyond our limits. We are stronger. We have fire. We are fire. We are. We are. We are. Warriors. Warriors. We are warriors. We are. We are. We are. Do the incredible. Climb the mountain. Do the impossible. Reach beyond the sun. Put your fear in the real. Put your faith in one another for the win.
Pamoja tunaweza wajijenga. Pamoja we can.
We are power. We rise. We spread beyond our limits. We are stronger. We have fire. We are fire. We are. We are. We are. Warriors. Warriors. We are warriors. We are. We are. We are. Dunia ni yako, wewe shujaa, bingwa ngurume. Kuwa mjasiri, wewe shujaa, bingwa ngurume. Ushindi ni wako, wewe shujaa, bingwa ngurume. Pawangani, wewe shujaa. We are. We rise. We spread beyond our limits.
We are
Stronger.
We have
Fire.
We are.
We are. We are. We are. Warriors. 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 We are. We are. We are. Warriors. 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 We are. We are. We are.
Simama Wakenya wote, simama, simama wewe shujaa, simama.
nchi yangu, jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Najivunia taifa langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa.
Simama Wakenya wote, simama, simama wewe shujaa, simama, simama Wakenya wote, simama, simama wewe shujaa, simama.
Kenya yaito beautiful, mazingira tobwate colorful. Aba Kenya na bantu wonderful, proud to be Kenyan, I'm grateful. Wetu na bujinguru jaito, jinguru jaito, tosige tabasani benze yaito, omorembo ito.
I say simama,
Simama,
simama, wewe shujaa, simama,
kwa ujasiri,
simama, Wakenya wote simama, simama, wewe shujaa, simama.
Neba duokali ntuntuli kuanga tugu tuangalia ukatumo kibuka Kenya yaitu ni nsi ya mashujuka Neba kigano katingu suka
yangu, jukumu langu, naitenga nchi yangu.
Hatuchagui kazi, kazi
Boda boda, vijana mitaani.
Kenya yaitu mwalembe Nobo mono wachanitali Nande tiganya saya tolende Atokitera tuagate botambe
jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Najivunia taifa langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Simama, Wakenya wote simama, simama, wewe shujaa, simama, simama, Wakenya wote simama, simama, wewe shujaa, simama.
Ukabila ni romana na upinga shujaa namba moja nchi yangu na ilinda
Some of them ought to have been arrested if they were not arrested. I think you will remember that I had earlier stated that Bomas of Kenya was a crime scene, and that was way before the results of this election came out. The reason that I said Bomas of Kenya was a crime scene is because as Kenyans were busy waiting for the outcome of this election, the members of this commission, we believe led by Wafula Chebukati himself, were busy tampering and tinkering and
Langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Simama, Wakenya wote simama,
I will now give it to my colleagues. And lastly, because my colleagues have indicated, lastly, may I say that the results, whatever they are, as we do not know, whether they favor us or they don't, those results have been held in a very opaque manner. We are saying we want to see them. Once we see them, we would want to verify them. Once we verify them, we will be able to know and to tell the Kenyan people, because a result that is not verifiable is not a result, and therefore that is our and the chairman had actually assured Kenyans that he will run this process transparently, which he has not.
The party chairman, party leader, presidential candidate is coming here.
I will not take questions for now, but we were not in a position to ask our party leader to come before we actually verify the results. So the first step was to verify the results, which we have not been able to do.
Can you tell us about the irregularities?
Yeah, I think that's enough. That's enough. Thank you very much.
Citizen. Citizen, you are Mike.
Kukinyesha tusinyeshewe, tuwe salama. Serikali kaingilia, tapunguza gharama. The day is finally here, tunahama. Finally, usawa kwa wote. Hata yule mapato ni duni, malazi yopata. Tujenge. Sisi wana Kenya tujitenga.
Sir. So that is George Luchiri Wajakoya, and of course Wahiga Mwaure, both of Roots Party and Agano Party, and we just spoke to Azimio Moja One Kenya Coalition chief agent, and they are claiming that they have not seen Form 34C. The Form 34C, just to explain to you and expand on this, is the form that is signed by the chief agent after receiving Form 34B from all the 290 constituencies. And what they're claiming right now is that the form has not been availed to them. This was supposed to be done when all the 290 constituencies have been verified, and that has not happened. And they're saying they will not sign unless they have verified all the 290 constituencies Form 34Bs. And that is, they're claiming that, that is the Kenya Kwanza, they're claiming to have rigged the election. And they're saying they will not agree to the outcome of the election unless they see Form 34C. And they will not agree to the outcome of that election unless all the forms are availed to them. The verification exercise has been happening here for the last 6 days. And today is the 6th day, and we were expecting at around 3 p.m. to receive the final tally of all the 290 constituencies and the winner thereof through Form 34B. There's something else that is happening on the other side, and so if my camera person can show you what has been happening here is that everything right now is in limbo. That some of the Azimio la Umoja coalition members, I am made to believe that is Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka. We're not sure about it, but that is what we're made to believe. There is a press conference that is going on right now. It's a flurry of activities since the 3 p.m. when we were told that we'll be having the press. We're here, Charity Ngilu.
But they're about to announce it. And the chief agent has been asking, can you be more transparent and share with us? And he is not sharing. So he says, I'm the returning officer. I am the chairman.
tunaboresha makao, tunachapa kazi, tunaboresha afya, tunachapa kazi, tunasonga mbele. For the youth of Kenya, the future is bright. For the children of Kenya, the future is bright. With a big for agenda, the future is bright. Futa kwa pamoja, the future is bright. Yahandi Kenya ni makao yetu, twafurahia uhuru wetu. Yahandi Kenya ni makao yetu, twafurahia uhuru wetu. Kenya yasonga, Kenya yasonga, wajali zetu wazalendo yasonga, tunajenga nchi yetu. Kenya yasonga, Kenya yasonga, Kenya yasonga, wajali zetu wazalendo yasonga, tunajenga nchi yetu. Kenya yasonga. We celebrate Kenya. Hey!
I hear a whisper in the wind of a people with a dream, different colors of a nation come together for a win.
We share spirit deep within, our hearts beat in the rhythm, different faces of the nation come together for the win.
Pamoja tunaweza, twajijenga. Pamoja we can. We are, we rise, we spread beyond our limits. Said we are stronger. We have fire. We are, we are, we are, we are. Reach beyond the sun. Put your fear in the rear. Put your faith in one another for the win.
Pamoja tunaweza, wajijenga. Pamoja we can.
We are, we rise, we spread beyond our limits. Said we are stronger. We have fire. We are.
All right, what you're seeing right now is the entourage of some of the leaders of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition. The leaders are leaving this venue. They've been waiting to seek audience. They've been seeking audience with the ABC chairperson, as they're claiming, and they've not been able to do that. Their chief agent has just told us they have not received Form 34C. Just spoke to Kitui Governor, former Kitui Governor. And so what you're seeing right now are some of these leaders leaving the venue after giving us, talking to us. There have been disagreement, and that is what we are waiting to see clarification of what has transpired since we have not seen the IBC chairperson.
Simama, Wakenya wote simama. Simama, wewe shujaa simama. Nchi yangu, jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Najivunia taifa langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Simama, Wakenya wote simama. Simama, wewe shujaa simama. Simama, Wakenya wote simama. Simama, wewe shujaa simama.
Kenya yaito beautiful, mazingira tobwate kalafu. Aba Kenya na bantu wonderful, proudly Kenya na grateful. Wajuna bujinguru jaito, jinguru jaito, tosige tabasani benze yaito, omore moito.
Katumo kibuka Kenya yaito ninse ya mashujoka Nema kigano ngatingo suka yangu, jukumu langu naitenga inchi yangu hatuchagui kazi, kazi ni kazi boda boda, vijana mitaani Kenya yaito morembe Nobo mono kwa chanitari kende Nande tiganya saya atolende Atokitera tuagate botambe Nchi yangu, jukumu langu Mimi ni shujaa, shujaa Najivunia taifa langu Mimi ni shujaa, shujaa Simama, Wakenya wote simama Simama, wewe shujaa simama Simama, Wakenya wote simama. Simama, wewe shujaa simama. Ukabila ni mbaya ndo maana na upinga shujaa namba moja nchi yangu na ilinda napenda amani upendo na haki tumetoka kwa giza twaishi kwa mwanga wana muziki ni shujaa walimu wote ni shujaa madaktari ni shujaa na wachimba migodi ni shujaa wavuvi nao ni shujaa wanariadha ni shujaa wachezaji wote ni shujaa ni shujaa wewe dereva ni shujaa na boda boda ni shujaa kama maboga ni shujaa ni shujaa
nchi Kenya. Sote tunalo jukumu la kulinda nchi yetu na kumsaidia kiongozi wetu katika kazi yake ya kujenga nchi. Nasi wananchi Kenya, sote tunalo jukumu la kulinda nchi yetu, kumsaidia kiongozi wetu katika kazi yake ya kujenga nchi. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. 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 Kenya ni nchi nzuri sana, lazima tuilinde. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tusikubali wachochezi waliharibu Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Wananchi wetu wa Kenya, tuheshimu mamlaka, kwa sababu uwezo wote watoka kwa Mungu juu. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tukitaka maendeleo katika nchi yetu, ni lazima tuungane sote tujenge nchi yetu. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Vigelegele na nderemo tushangilie Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Vigelegele Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tuungane na viongozi tukijenga taifa. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tuungane na rais wetu tukijenga taifa. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Vigelegele Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Vigelegele na nderemo tushangilie
wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Songa mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, Eko Jamhuri, sote Eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote Eko Jamhuri, Eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mikoa yaenda mbele, wilaya zaenda mbele, tarafa zaenda mbele, nchi yote yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, Eko Jamhuri, Eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote Eko Jamhuri, Eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 64 Kenya ikawa jamhuri. Mwaka wa 64 Kenya ikawa jamhuri. Wakoloni wote wakarudi nchini kwao. Kenya iko huru, Kenya iko huru, Kenya iko huru, madaraka ni yetu sasa. Kenya iko huru, Kenya iko huru, Kenya iko huru, madaraka ni yetu sasa. Uwezo ni sasa tunao, uhuru kweli wa Kenya wajipaisha, wananchi wafurahia. Kenya iko huru, Kenya iko huru, Kenya iko huru, madaraka ni yetu sasa. Kenya iko huru, Kenya iko huru, Kenya iko huru, madaraka ni yetu sasa. Serikali yetu imbioni, serikali yetu imbioni, tunafuata mwendo wetu Kenya wa harambee. Eko Jamhuri, Eko Jamhuri, sote Eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote Eko Jamhuri, Eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Kweli twaenda mbio, Kenya yaenda mbele. Eko kwa elimu twaenda mbele. Matibabuni twaenda mbele. Viwandani twaenda mbele. Na mashambani twaenda mbele. Kweli twaenda mbio, Kenya yaenda mbele. Kwa elimu twaenda mbele. Sabuni twaenda mbele. Viwandani twaenda mbele. Na mashambani twaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, Eko Jamhuri, Eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, Eko Jamhuri, Eko Jamhuri. Tunasonga mbele watu wa wote wa jamhuri Kenya. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa jamhuri Kenya. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa jamhuri Kenya. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko jamhuri, eko jamhuri zote. Eko jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele.
Kenya yaenda mbele.
Ziwa Kenya ni nchi yangu, milele na milele. Naipenda Kenya kwa moyo wangu wote, nitaishi Kenya maisha yangu yote. Naipenda Kenya kwa moyo wangu wote, nitaishi Kenya maisha yangu yote. Mimi ni mwana Kenya, mimi ni mzalendo, naona fahari kuishi kwetu Kenya. Mimi ni mwana Kenya, nina furaha kuona maendeleo ya nchi yangu Kenya, kuona maendeleo ya nchi yangu Kenya. Napenda amani, umoja, udugu ulio hapa Kenya. Wajibu wa kila mwananchi kuitafuta amani kila siku. Hivyo ndivyo maendeleo yetu yatapanda vizazi na vizazi. Ni wajibu wa kila mwananchi kuitafuta amani kila siku. Hivyo ndivyo maendeleo yetu yatapanda vizazi na vizazi. Ni muhimu sisi wananchi Kenya, mimi ni mwana Kenya. siku. Hivyo ndivyo maendeleo yetu yatapanda vizazi na vizazi. Ni wajibu wa kila mwananchi kuitafuta amani kila siku. Hivyo ndivyo maendeleo yetu yatapanda vizazi na vizazi.
As you can see, part of the commissioners are here because this is what we want to say. We have done the 2022 general election in the most effective and efficient manner. We have ensured that all the challenges have been contained, but okay. As you can see, we are part of the commissioners in the IBC. We have conducted the 2022 general election, and we have ensured that we have improved the standards, and we have ensured that we have consistently communicated what is happening. We have partnered with all stakeholders, and we'll say it for a fact that as the Commission, we have done a good job. But some things need to be put out there. As you can see, the four of us, we are here, not at Bomas of Kenya, where the result is going to be announced, because of the opaque nature of how this phase has been handled. We therefore cannot take ownership on the results that is going to be announced. However, we have an open door that people can go to court, and because of the same, we urge Kenyans to be peaceful, because the rule of the law is going to prevail. Thank you. I said because of the opaque nature of this last phase of the general election, and we are not able to take ownership of the results that will be announced. We are going to give a comprehensive statement, but this is from us, the four of us, and again, we urge Kenyans to keep calm. There is an open door that people can go to court, and the rule of law is going to prevail. Thank you.
What do you mean by people can go to court?
Some of the forms 34A have not been verified by the Azimio.
What is not happening?
We have said. Have you just come?
Commissioner.
Yes.
Commissioner.
A recap because we are not going to take questions. Agreed. We will give a comprehensive detail of today's. I have said.
When is that likely to be?
They want a recap. There are people who missed. Yes. We are saying we have upped the standards of election in this country. We have step by step faced the challenges that have been there. At the same time, we have ensured that things are running despite everything else. Now, we are not at Bomas of Kenya because we cannot take ownership of the results that is going to be announced because of the opaque nature which these results have been handled. We'll give details of this opaque nature very soon.
Why are you doing this now? Why are you doing this now? Let me go.
Uongozi maana yake wako wahudumia na kushughulikia maslahi yao. Uongozi watoka wapi? Kwake Baba Mwenyezi Mungu, kwa wateule wake aliyewateua kuwaongoza watu kwa mapenzi yake. Tangu tupate uhuru katika nchi ya Kenya, tumebarikiwa sana kupata viongozi wa busara sana. Watoa shukrani kwa Mwenyezi Mungu, nasi wananchi Kenya tunalo jukumu la kulinda nchi yetu na kumsaidia kiongozi wetu katika kazi yake ya kujenga nchi. Nasi wananchi Kenya tunalo jukumu la kulinda nchi yetu na kumsaidia kiongozi wetu katika kazi yake ya kujenga nchi. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. 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 Kenya ni nchi nzuri sana, lazima tuilinde. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tusikubali wachochezi waiharibu Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Wananchi wetu wa Kenya, tuheshimu mamlaka, kwa sababu uwezo wote watoka kwa Mungu juu. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tukitaka maendeleo katika nchi yetu, ni lazima tuungane sote tujenge nchi yetu. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Vigelegele na nderemo tushangilie Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Vigelegele na nderemo tushangilie Kenya. Tuungane na viongozi tukijenga taifa. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tuungane na rais wetu tukijenga taifa. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Vigelegele na nderemo tushangilie Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Vigelegele na nderemo tushangilie Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Uongozi maana yake uongozi ndio uwezo uliopewa na watu wanaohudumia mahitaji yao katika kulinda maslahi yao. Uongozi watoka wapi? Uongozi watoka kwake Baba Mwenyezi Mungu, kwa wateule wake aliyewateua kuwaongoza watu kwa mapenzi yake. Wape uhuru katika nchi ya Kenya, tumebarikiwa sana kupata viongozi wa busara sana. Watoa shukrani kwa Mwenyezi Mungu, nasi wananchi Kenya tunalo jukumu tunajivunia. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Kenya ni nchi nzuri sana, lazima tuilinde. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tusikubali wachochezi waiharibu Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Wananchi wetu wa Kenya tuheshimu mamlaka, kwa sababu uwezo wote watoka kwa Mungu juu. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tukitaka maendeleo katika nchi yetu, ni lazima tuungane sote tujenge nchi yetu. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Milele na nderemo tushangilie Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Milele na nderemo tushangilie Kenya. Tuungane na rais wetu tukijenga taifa. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Vigelegele na nderemo tushangilie Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Vigelegele na nderemo tushangilie Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Uongozi maana yake, uongozi ndio uwezo uliopewa na watu wa kuwahudumia mahitaji yao na kushughulikia maslahi yao. Uongozi watoka wapi? Uongozi watoka kwake Baba Mwenyezi Mungu, wateule wake aliyewateua kuwaongoza watu mapenzi yake. Tangu tupate uhuru katika nchi ya Kenya, tumebarikiwa sana kupata viongozi wa busara sana. Twatoa shukrani kwa Mwenyezi Mungu, nasi wananchi Kenya tunalo jukumu la kulinda nchi yetu na kumsaidia kiongozi wetu katika kazi yake ya kujenga nchi. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Kenya ni nchi nzuri sana, lazima tuilinde. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tusikubali wachochezi waiharibu Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Wananchi wetu wa Kenya tuheshimu mamlaka, kwa sababu uwezo wote watoka kwa Mungu juu. Tukitaka maendeleo katika nchi yetu, ni lazima tuungane sote tujenge nchi yetu. National anthem.
This is the moment Kenya has been waiting for. The nation has been anxious, but we want to urge all Kenyans, let us now put our anxiety aside. The Bible says the end of a matter is better than the beginning. We want to urge the country to remain united. We have families to look after, an economy to grow, children who will go back to school. We want our nation back. Let us all pray together. Heavenly Father, here we stand before you as the nation of Kenya. We have always seen your hand of mercy, looking after us, watching after us. Even when we push ourselves to the brink, you always know how to lift us up. Lord, we want to ask you that you'll guide the nation of Kenya today as we are going to hear the announcement of the process that has always been on. And Lord, when we hear the outcome, our prayer is that you'll keep this nation united. You'll make us find our being and love one another and care for each other, for we all belong together. None of us is going to go anywhere. We will remain to support each other and grow this country. We commit, oh God, all those who have been leading us to you in their various formation, that you will bless them. And as the election has come to a conclusion, we know there are those who have lost. Lord, we ask that you will help them as they come to terms. And even those who have won, Lord, help them to be magnanimous in their winning and embrace everybody. For they have been given an opportunity to lead those who voted for them and those who did not vote for them. So, Lord, bind us together with cords of love that cannot be broken. Enable us, oh God, to emerge out of this, shake off our dust, and march on and build this great nation. Lord, for the exercise ahead of us, we commit the chair and the commissioners before you, and all of us gathered in this room, that your will prevails, your presence overwhelms us, and this nation, oh God, will not go to the drain because you reign. This is our prayer in the name of God the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Good evening. We have walked the journey of ensuring that Kenyans get a free, fair, and credible election. It's not been an easy journey. Right now, 2 of my commissioners and the CEO are injured. And of course, they're being treated. We have staff who have been profiled. There's a staff returning officer in Bakassi West who disappeared while on duty. We have staff who have been arbitrarily arrested for no reasons. We don't know where they are. Some from this National Tallying Center. But we have a constitutional duty to perform. And that's why I stand before you today, despite intimidation, harassment, I took an oath of office to serve this country. And I've done my duty in accordance with the Constitution and the laws of the land. And I feel proud that I've been given this opportunity to serve Kenyans. This, of course, will be my last election to preside over. And for those who will come, we have prepared for you what the Constitution envisaged from us, an independent electoral commission. So I just want to thank the staff of IBC, the soldiers who braved insults, harassment, and delivered right from the constituencies to the counties and up to the National Tallying Center. I want to thank stakeholders, state and non-state stakeholders who have worked with us on this journey, and more particularly the members of the diplomatic community and the religious leaders who have been keeping vigil at this center for the last 3 days. They have been here throughout, 24 hours a day. So Kenyans came out and voted on the 9th of August, and these are the results of what the will of the Kenyan people reflects. These results are in the public portal. The same results which I'm reading here are the ones in the public portal. So there were 4 presidential candidates. These are the aggregated results. Odinga Raila, total valid votes, 6,942,930. And this represents 48.85% of the votes garnered, and he achieved a number of counties the candidate attained with at least 25% of the total valid votes cast is 34 counties. Ruto William Samoei, number of valid votes, 7 million. Thank you. 7,176,141. This represents 50.49%. And he achieved the minimum number of 39 counties at 25%. Waihika David Maure, number of valid votes in figures 31,987. That represents 0.23%. Number of counties with a minimum of 25%, 0. Washakoya George Luchiri, 61,969. Those are valid votes. Percentage of votes cast 0.44%. And number of counties with a minimum of 25% attained, 0. So, in accordance with the law, the Constitution and the law, I, Wafula Chebukati, Chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, hereby declares that Ruto William Samoei of ID number 6847208 has been duly elected as the President of the Republic of Kenya under the provisions of Article 138 of the Constitution in the presidential election held on 9th of day of August 2022. And I'll proceed to sign the certificate. I invite the President-elect to come forward and receive his certificate.
Habari njema kwa Wakenya wote, tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka isiyoegemea upande wowote, inayodumisha demokrasi Kenya. Kura yako ni siku zako za usoni, chagua uongozi utajivunia. IEBC, jihusishe na upige kura. Inaleta mabadiliko. Chagua uongozi ulio bora. Ewe mwananchi mzalendo. Ni tume huru.
And of course, the President-elect had a running mate. Rigathi Gachagua is the Deputy President-elect. Thank you. I invite the President-elect to make his remarks. And thank you, Kenyans, for having a peaceful election. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, and High Commissioners present, Your Lordships, the Bishops, and members of the clergy in the Republic of Kenya, my good Deputy, Rigathi Gachagua, distinguished members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, led by Chairman Wafula Chebukati, fellow countrymen and women, good evening. It is a wonderful evening, and I want to thank God that we are here this evening to witness this momentous occasion as the people of Kenya restate what is in Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, that all sovereign power belong to the people of Kenya. I want to thank God for getting us to this point. I want to thank God that today we have concluded this election. I know that there were predictions that I won't get to the ballot. There were predictions that we wouldn't get here. But because there is a God in heaven, we are here. And I want to, in a very special way, say and confess that without God, we wouldn't have been here. My gratitude also goes to the people of Kenya, the millions who listened to us, the millions who participated in our campaigns peacefully, the millions who turned up to vote for us on 9th of August, and the millions who have waited patiently until this announcement has been made. Specifically, I want to thank my fellow countrymen and women because we have raised the bar in this election. Jointly, we have raised the bar. This election was much about the issues than the ethnic configurations that have always informed our elections. Gratitude goes to the millions of Kenyans who refused to be boxed into tribal cocoons. I am a very proud Kenyan this evening that the people of Kenya have raised the bar on us who are seeking leadership in our country. Not to sell our ethnicities, but to sell our programs, our manifestos, our agenda, and our plan. Let me also say right at the start that in here and in this election, there are no losers. The people of Kenya have won because we have raised the political bar. I want to say that the people of Kenya, led by the 14 million who turned up to vote, are the biggest winners. The hero of this election is the IEBC, led by Wafula Chebukati. I say this with conviction that the IEBC amazed all of us. With the results in the public portal, all the servers are open. And everybody, all you needed is a simple calculator, and you would have the results. I want to congratulate the IEBC for raising the bar. And I want to say, without fear of any contradiction, that one Wafula Chebukati is our hero. Soft-spoken, but firm. And I want to tell you, Mr. Chairman, we are very proud that without informing any one of us, you put all the results from all the polling stations on a public portal where any Kenyan could access. That became the game changer in this election. Let me also, at this point in time, thank our partners, the religious leaders, who were part of this process right from the beginning. For the first time, we saw religious leaders spend time at this Starling Center. and prayed for this process. I am sure their prayers will not be in vain. I also want to thank our development partners, our diplomatic community, and all the observers who came in their thousands to be part and parcel of the process right from almost 2 weeks ago to its conclusion in this auditorium. To all of them, I tell them the people of Kenya are eternally grateful that you took your time, valuable time, to watch over this process so that the right thing can happen. I want to thank my worthy competitor, the Honorable Raila Odinga, for a campaign that we all dwelled on issues and we tried to sell an agenda to the people of Kenya. I want to promise that I will work with all elected leaders and all leaders in Kenya so that we can fashion a country that leaves nobody behind. What the people of Kenya have done, they have assigned us responsibilities. There will be those of us who will be in the executive, but there will be those of us who will oversee what we do in the executive. Both responsibilities in government and in the opposition are important for the people of Kenya. I want to promise the people of Kenya that I will run transparent, open, democratic government. And I will work with the opposition to the extent that they provide oversight over my administration. Let me also, at this point in time, acknowledge my boss, the President of the Republic of Kenya. His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, who has worked with me over the last 10 years in various forms. And I want to commit to the people of Kenya that I will build on the foundation that Kenya and I put together and take this country to the next level. I want to promise all the people of Kenya, whichever way they voted, that this will be their government. I know many are wondering, especially those who have done many things against us. I want to tell them that they have nothing to fear. There is no room. There is nothing. There is no room for vengeance. There is no room for looking back. We are looking into the future. I am acutely aware that our country is at a stage where we need all hands on deck to move it forward. We do not have the luxury to look back. We do not have the luxury to point fingers. We do not have the luxury to apportion blame. we must close ranks and work together for a functioning, democratic, prosperous Kenya. I want to thank the members of my team, starting with my wife and family. And many other prayer warriors in Kenya. And I want to confess that I have been prayed into victory. It is not our effort. And my team knows. We were working against the odds, many odds at that. But I must confess that it is God who brought us this victory. I do not want to mention the many people, many friends who have been part and parcel of this journey. Many people have paid huge sacrifices for us to get here. I want to promise them that their sacrifice will not be in vain. I and my team and I will work very hard to make sure that we don't let the sacrifices made by many Kenyans, we don't let them down. I am very confident that this country will come together and we can move forward as one united, democratic, and prosperous country. I want to ask our religious leaders from across Kenya to pray for us and to pray for the unity and prosperity of our country. I will not want to say more than that because I will be making other statements in the course of time. But let me say to all of you, thank you very much for being here this evening to witness this very historic, democratic occasion that moves our country to the next level. And let me thank my very able deputy, Rigathi Gachagua, for the sacrifice and the commitment he has demonstrated and the hard work he has put in, together with all our teams, Musalia Mudavadi, Moses Wetangula, JB Muturi, Mr. Mutua, Amazon Kingi, and all. Let me not go down that route because I will disappoint some people because that list is very long, especially the men and women, members of parliament who were elected with us in Jubilee. And they have paid a heavy price for us to get here. Ladies and gentlemen, waheshimiwa, let me say, I owe you. You are great people. The sacrifices you made, withstanding the many incidences of blackmail and threats, I want to tell you, you have earned your place in the history of Kenya. Because today, we're going to form a government together to serve the people of Kenya. So with those many remarks, let me say to all the people of Kenya, I give you my word that I will work hard to make sure that this nation moves to the next level, is united and is prosperous. Asanteni sana.
Tuishangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Na ukipenda Kenya, ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya, hatutaki matata Kenya. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote, mtu mwenye kutenda haki, mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya kupendeza, kamwe hatutaiacha, kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha, kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Tuishangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Wenzangu Kenya, wenzangu Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Wenzangu Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Na tumeapa sote wananchi wa Kenya kutumikia Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenzangu Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya ni mama yetu, tena ni baba yetu, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenzangu Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu, sitadanganywa kamwe na wageni, wala sitapotoshwa na wabaya. sitasaliti Kenya nchi yangu. Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima, wala wenzangu mtajinga. Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima, wenzangu Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya daima, tunayoipenda, nchi tunayoipenda. Anayeenda Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote, mtu mwenye kutenda haki, mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya, hatutaki matata Kenya daima.
Kenya kipenzi, hatutai milele daima. Twende Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Namaliza, mimi ni mwana Kenya daima, na nikienda ng'ambo nitarudi. Sitawacha makabila zitugawanye.
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima,
Wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu,
hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Mungu Baba twaomba, uilinde nchi yetu, tuimbe tuishi kwa chuki situmalize, tusameane tupendane, ni wewe Mungu tunasema. Mungu Baba twaomba, uilinde nchi yetu kabisa, tuishi kwa upendo, chuki situmalize, tusameane tupendane, ni wewe.
But we thank God that the process is over. Ours is to pray for the nation together, united, and we call upon every Kenyan to keep peace. And for those who have lost, to go to the court, not to the streets. That's our call to everybody. Let us maintain peace and seek redress in the legal means. Asanteni sana.
What would you tell the president-elect? Would you tell him to just shake hands like the current president?
I will only ask him to embrace everybody in this country. He saw that the nation is large, and he now is the one in charge. Let him carry everybody on board. That's my message to him and to all of us. Asanteni sana.
All right. You're seeing Bishop speaking to us here after the announcement of the new now president-elect, former Deputy President William Samoei Ruto. We're just looking for some of the reactions of different leaders who are here. I've just spoken to former CS and former Senator Kericho County, and he has told us that it is important for Kenyans, if you do not agree with the results, to make sure you go to court, seek redress in court. We're looking at some of the leaders here. It's like it was a few minutes ago, and we're trying to look for those leaders. We have found Kandara MP. Would you just speak to us? What would you...
My president, my town, my city, my. My home, my Kenya, my land, my resident, my president, my town, my city, my... Hapo sasa tukiendelea. Mungu Baba twaomba, uilinde kila mtu twende. Chuki situmalize, tusameane, tupendane. Mungu Baba twaomba, uilinde kila mtu twende. Kwa upendo, kwa umoja, kila mtu twende. Maombi, amani, maombi, amani, upendo. Haya twende. Maombi, amani, upendo, umoja. Maombi, amani, upendo, umoja. Maombi, amani, upendo, umoja. Maombi, upendo, umoja. Maombi, amani, upendo, umoja. Maombi, amani, upendo. Twende Kimasai sasa. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh.
DJ, weka Kenya ni mimi, Kenya ni wewe. Tumalizie pamoja hiyo, si ndio? Haya, twende pamoja. Weka mikono hapa. Tumalizie kwa pamoja. Twende. Tupe sauti. Kenya ni wewe. Wanakwaya, twende pamoja. Kenya ni nchi yangu. Kenya, siwasiki. Kenya, 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 nitaijenga. Kenya, Kenya, nitaijenga. Kenya ni mimi, ati Kenya ni wewe. Kenya, tuwa moja. Kenya ni mimi, Kenya ni mimi. Kenya ni wewe. Kenya, tuwa moja. Haya, twende Kimasai kidogo. Maana ya umoja, hizo nyayo zao watakiwa kufuata. Hivyo twasema amani, haya tumalizie kwa nguvu. Kamata kichwa. Twende tena. Kamata kiuno. Alafu tunaenda kwa pamoja hivi. Ukabila tutaumaliza nchini Kenya tunayoipenda. Pamoja hivi. Wazee kwa watoto tunasema amani, amani nchini Kenya. Pembe zote tuseme amani. Mungu Baba katuweka pamoja, akijua tuwa moja. Damu yako leo ati ikitolewa, utashangaa ni kama ya mwenzako. Mbona tupigane? Mbona tusosane? Mbona tuchukiane? Wakenya pamoja. Kenya ni nchi Kenya. Na sauti. Kenya ni nchi yangu. Kenya. Hebu twende twist. Twist. Msitumike na mtu yeyote asiyependa kujenga Kenya. Oh, yelele mama. Wapi wa mama, tuende pamoja. Oh, yelele mama. Yelele mama. Yelele mama. Yelele mama. Haya, kama unaweza tuende kwa pamoja hivi. Usipige mwenzako, piga kura. Walimaliza kupiga, alafu sasa kila mtu akaenda kwao. Hey, unapomaliza tulia nyumbani, ngojea chaguo la Mungu. Leo tumeona chaguo la Mungu. Twende. Ni amani. Amani. Ama. Haya, tumalizie kwa kushikana mikono tuseme amani. Upendo. Upendo. Nakupenda mwenzangu. Nakupenda. Nitakulinda. You guys are amazing. Mungu wabariki. Mungu bariki Kenya. It is well with our country. Thank you. Thank you.
Kenya ni mimi. Kenya ni wewe.
Unaambiwa tutulie kidogo, tutulie. Tutulie kidogo.
No object. 2001, no object.